1, 2, 3, get loose now.
Over the year.
Welcome ladies and gentlemen, and we are together on Paddock TV for the live broadcasting of the ERC Championship 2016 Season 1, and today it's the round number 3 of this championship, and we are at the Nürburgring in the Grand Prix configuration. And for this third round, for the moment there is 36 cars on the track. All the drivers in the team are at the end of the practice session, and we will start in 1 minute for the qualifying session. 1 hour for the qualifying to realize the best lap, and after we will start for a 6-hour race with all the team. So welcome everybody, if you are watching us in live, and if you are watching the video in replay, thank you for watching it. And as you can see, the checkered flag is shown for the end of the practice session, and now it's the beginning of the qualifying session. So as I said, 36 cars on the starting grid today. On the screen maybe you can see 37 cars, but there is a car for the race control. So all the cars are going out of the pit lane to realize the first time. For the moment. So there is the ASRC team. We will see quickly who are the team on track today. The ASRC team, the Social Racing, the Endless SimRacing, the Spirit SimRacing, the Club Canada with their AMG GT, the Infinity Sim Sports, the Flipping Fast team with their Acura, the Sliding Shoot SimRacing with Dave Jensen, maybe still in the pit lane for this car, to try hard racing. And some of the cars they start to the first lap will define the qualifying time. And you can choose for the Endless Sim Racing, Blackadder Motorsport, the TT Motorsport, Bombshell Motorsport, the Endless Sim Racing with the Nürburgring, the Biatch Transport, the Blackadder. There is two prototypes for the GCL Sim Racing, Infinity Sim Sport. We have one Audi and an Acura, the ASRC, which are several cars on this championship. The Odox Motorsport GT3, with an Audi, and the first time I realized, and for the moment it's for the SimRacing.T Academy with the Patrick Wolf. Patrick Wolf. Oh, there is a crash in the Mercedes Arena. What happened? Very nice. First lap for Patrick Wolf. 1 minute and 42 seconds, 0.7. It's 2 teams better than the Reactive Sim Racing and the old Sim Racing in Philly. Third best lap. Oh no, there is no contact. It's a bug for the game. We are going back in live. The GTTempel with Gunnar Misen is in fourth for the moment with the best lap in 1 minute and 43 seconds. The Endless Sim Racing just behind. He's 5 minutes later. Let's try out racing 6. The first car, the Endless Sim Racing, the HPD2 with Jean-Michel Garnier. Realized the first lap in 1 minute and 48. I'm pretty sure that it's will be broke this time. It's only the first time. And the GTTempel Racing with Gunnar Misen take the lead. And the first car in the GT3 class is the Biatch Transport with the Audi number 277 with Cédric Bollen in the car. And there is a new car on the race. I'll try to find which one is it. This is the Blackadder. There is the Kilberg Racing Group. It's a new team registered in this championship, and the AOD Racing, Koyushikere. Position. Francis Ariza. Where is it? Where is Francis Ariza? Car number. I'm on it. And these are two cars of the SimRacing Infinity SimSport, sorry. Infinity SimSport. Blue and white car one. Patrick Wolf is still in the second place, and in third there is Lars Ball for the reactive SimRacing ERC. Jason Marshall is in fourth with the best lap in 1 minute and 34 and 0. Sasha Berger for the Oak SimRacing HPD in 5, in 5th position. As you can see that the lap time are very similar from car and another. In 6th, Jimmy Bigham for the Sosad Racing, car number 22. It's 3 teams later, Morgan Stiergard Folsen for the Fulton Fast SimSport is in the 7th place, and Jawab Keroni in the 8th position. 1 minute and 44.3. Try Hard Racing, number 133, with Darren McKenzie, is on the 4th lane of the starting grid, and just behind there is the Speed Asylum Black of Aidan Pike, 1 minute and 45. The ASRC number 18 is cutting the grass with Jess Kaplan for the moment, and the Endless SimRacing HPD2 is driven by Guillaume Racodon. GTTempel still in the pole position for now. Cedric Bollen is the first GT3 car. And there is 17 cars in the prototype class and 21 in the GT3 car, in the GT3 class. Marco Belfiore for the Buster Racing team is in the second, and Mario Rage for the Oak SimRacing is in third. The Oak SimRacing who registered 2 cars in this championship. There is a prototype, and the GT3, the prototype, is driven by Sasha Berger and is in 5th for the moment. Johan Buchentschusch for the Endless SimRacing. Endless SimRacing has several cars too. There is 2 prototype and 1 GT3 if I'm right. The 2 prototype is driven for the moment by Guillaume Racodon and Jason Marshall, and Johan Buchentschusch drive the Audi. The Viking Motorsport with Florian Mime. This car on the GT3 class is in the 6th position with the best lap in 1 minute and 54.7 seconds. Matthias Magnusson for the Black Adder. is in the 7th for the GT3 class. Niels Senkowski for the Vendaval SimRacing White. There's some nice team in this championship. We can see some famous team, the Blackadder, the Vendaval, the Viking Motorsport, the Endless, the GCL, the Odox Motorsport, the Oak SimRacing, GTTempel, SimRace.de, and we can see maybe one important thing for this championship: the Vortex SimRacing team was not registered for this third race of the championship, and the Vortex SimRacing team lead the championship in the prototype category, and maybe it's a good opportunity for the other teams to earn a lot of points today in the prototype class, because the leading car of the class at the global ranking is not in the race today, and they win the two first round of the championship in prototype. We come back in the GT3 class with the Blackadder Motorsport, number 66, with a Mercedes. The Infinity Sim Sport, driven by David Waldock, go in pit, a little contact for the car number 46, and there is a driver swap with Darren Ford now in the car to try to improve the best lap of the car. The Bombshell Motorsport with Andrews Mike. Whoop, there is a crash for the red Mercedes. We will discover who is it in a few seconds. The Bombshell Motorsport with Andrew Pikes and the best lap in 1 minute and 55.8. The car number 86 is in 11th position in the GT3 class, and as you can see in 26 for the global ranking. Donatas Kasperavicius for the Beat Speed Endurance, and their Audi in the 27th place. The Club Canada with Ross Goodacre in the car. The Spirit Sim Racing with Gregory Bronx. Try Hard Racing number 335, and it's Eric Hulaga in the car. TT Motorsport, Troels Rolla. Sorry for the pronunciation. The Mercedes, it's the red one, I think. It's the GTTempel Racing with Sasha Franzen in the 32nd position in the global ranking, and in 17 for the GTTempel Racing. Flying Shoot Motorsport with Francis Ariza in 33. ASRC number 84 for Pat Walkler, but the car is not in the track for the moment. The only BMW register in this race, it's for the ASRC number 21. The Kilberg Racing Group with Christian Lobo Kilberg. It's a new team in this championship, in position 36. With Christian Lobo. It's the last car in the prototype category. Sam Gunson, it's for the race control. And Koyushi, no, it's this car who tapped the wall just before. Koyushi Kele with the AOD Racing Mercedes, who is now in the last position in GT3 and in the global ranking. So I remember, if the team and the driver would like to have an interview, you have to switch in the waiting room, just send me a message on the Teamspeak server, and we can realize an interview when you want. Just only ask to do it and move to the good channels. And there is 41 minutes left before the checkered flag in the qualifying session, and the last lap of this Mercedes was not very fast, 5 minutes and 24. It included a pit stop for sure. And we will go back in the for the best car of the championship, and in the prototype class, it's the reactive SimRacing will take the lead. Jawad Karoni is in 4th for the GCL SimRacing. Ian Less with Julien Riboulot is in 6th. Patrick Wolf and Patrick go into the pit. One minute and 48 for the GTTempel Racing. Whoop. Mistake in the first corner for Fabian Luth. Mercedes Arena. And 1 minute and 44.4 for the last lap. With the traffic, it's very difficult to realize a clear lap. And Lars Bold for the reactive SimRacing realized the best lap in 1 minute and 41.3, and it's very fast. 3 tenths better than Patrick Wolf. And after In 42.3 there is two cars, the GTTempel and the GCL SimRacing #1. In 42.5 it's the Southern Racing. In 42.7 there is two cars, the Speed Asylum Black and the Endless SimRacing HPD number 707. In 43.0 it's the Oak SimRacing HPD, and 1 tenth later it's the Infinity SimSport #1. To complete the top 10 in prototype, we have in 43.8 the End SimRacing of Guillaume Racodon, sorry, the car number 708. It's the top 10 of the prototype class. In the GT3 class, it's the Biatch Sport with Cedric Bollen leading the category. The best lap is realized in 1 minute and 54.2. In the second place, we have Marco Pellior with the Busters Racing Team. It's 2 Audi on the first line of the GT3 class for this qualification session, but there is a lot of car in few times in this class, because in 55.3 there is another car. It's the Odox Motorsport GT3, an Audi 2, but there is only 4 teams for. There is only 4 teams in this between these two cars. With 400s, yes, sorry. In fourth in the GT3 class, there is the Blackadder Motorsport. They are in 54.4, and in 54.5 there is 3 cars from 5 to 6 position. The SimRacing. In 510, the Vendaval SimRacing. In the 530, and the Blackadder in 568. After we switch to the 55 and 60 with the Endless SimRacing and Johan George. Sven Filler for the Viking Motorsport. Sven Filler for the Viking Motorsport is in 9th position. And after there is 2 cars in 55.2 with the Big Speed Endurance and Nico van Helk and Francis Arida for the Sliding Shoot SimRacing. David Waldock for the Infinity Sim Sport is in 27th position. It's the 12th position in the class. The Spirit SimRacing with George Ranks is in the pit lane for the moment. So we can find the Bombshell Motorsport Inc. with Andrew Mike. Canada. We try out racing in the grass. Yellow flag in sector 1. Going to the AOD racing with Kyosho Kere. Going to the Sasha Franzen for the GTTempel racing. There is 2 cars for this team. The first one is a prototype, and the GTTempel racing prototype is in 4th. Because the GCL SimRacing number 1 with Jawad Karoni is in 3rd now with a lap in 42 seconds. 147. Jawad Karoni who complete new lap. was trying to find a clear lap, so that's why he was throwing on the track, but now he's trying to improve his best lap. Let's go now. I think we will lose some pins in the last chicane. We'll check it. Yeah. 42.6. It's not a bad lap, but it's not enough to try to keep the second or the first place. And the old SimRacing with Sasha Berger. Is now in the 7th position. They improved their last lap with 1 minute and 42.620, and they are now in the 4th row of the starting grid. Drivers have only 20 minutes now to try to improve their best lap. There is a lot of traffic in the track, so it's not an easy task to do. Reactive SimRacing is still leading this qualifying session for the prototype class and for the GT3. It's now the Blackadder Motorsport who take the lead with John Berry in the Mercedes AMG GT number 66. In the 2nd place we find the Odox Motorsport GT3. At the pole position in GT3 class with the lap in 1 minute 54 second dot 0 and 65 thousandths. And for the Odox it's 54.086. The second row is composed of the Biatch Transport and the Blackadder Motorsport. It's the car number 67, the second car of the team. And there is less than 1 tenth between the two cars because they are in 54.214 versus the 54 and 243. And the third row is quite impressive because the third row is between the Vendaval and the Busters Racing team. And I'll try to show it. There is only 1,000 between the two cars in the 2021. Position 2021, sorry. 54.344 in the first case and 54 and 345 in the second one. And the Busters Audi will go into the wall. And they have to go back in the pit lane. SimRacing with Sasha Berger is in the 5th place. The Kilbert Racing Group is going out of the pit lane. It seems there is some difficulty for Christian Nürburgring to drive the Acura because it's the last car of the prototype class and he's in the 35th position of the global ranking. And in the GT3 class there is some change, because the first car in the GT3 is now the Viking Motorsport with the best lap in 1 minute and 53 seconds .9. And there is another car under the 1 minute and 54. It's the Audox Motorsport with Santiago Nizza Ferrer. 1 minute and 59 in 53.999. After we can find the Blackadder Mercedes in third position, and Cedric Bollen on the Biatch Motorsport Audi in the second lane for the fourth place. Viking Motorsport in the pit lane, and there is only 8 minutes before the end of the qualifying session. Lars Paul is still leading the prototype category. It seems it will be difficult for the other driver to improve the time, because there is 17 to improve for the second car, and with this traffic it's not very easy to find a clear lap to realize the best lap, the perfect lap for this qualifying session. So it's very difficult. I come back that we have 37 cars on the track. endless SimRacing to hit the wall, and I think it will be the end for this car, the qualifying session, because there is only 5 minutes left, and it's only one lap. Oh no, they go back on track to try to realize 2 laps maybe. The endless SimRacing, who have its 2 cars on position 8 and 9 in prototype. In GT class, the car is in the teens class, in the teens position, sorry. In it's the 26th position, and it's still Johan Biatch in the car. And we are in the last minute of the qualifying session. The last try for all drivers to improve the best lap of the car and to try to start ahead in the category and for the prototype in the global ranking. And we are here with Biatch Motorsport. It's the second car of the GT3 class. Oh, and it's there, spin around, and the contact with the Blackadder car. Yes, SimRacing Modi in the GTTempel car. And it's the checkered flag for all the car. And Jason Marshall does improve the lap. The best lap we can see in the last turn. He go out of the track limit and lose sometimes. Is there some cathode? Nobody in the track. And you can see in the top of the screen the grid for the third race of the ERC Championship Season 1. and the pace car start to move, and we will start for the 6 hour of the Nürburgring. Reactive SimRacing, SimRC.de Academy team in the first lane.
Green, green, green.
And it's the green flag. The Infinity Sim Sport with Josh Thompson. Spin in the first lap after the Michael Schumacher chicane. Real. Yes, that's number 173. Infinity Sim Sport 2 in the 12th position. Jason Marichal is in teams just behind the freaking fast sport. Sosa Racing against Asylum Black. Yoke Racing in 5th. Bellarmisen in 4th with the GTTempel, and as you can see, the third car and the two first one are taking some space compared to the rest of the car. Jawad Keroni in 3rd for the prototype. In 2nd, the SimRC.de Academy team with Patrick Wolf and Lars Boll for the reactive SimRacing. Lead the prototype. For the GT3 class, the first one is the Viking Motorsport and Vendaval. They win 3 places in the first lap, and they are now in the 2nd place. Behind it's the Odox Motorsport, and the Blackadder car are just behind for the car number 66 in 4th of the GT3 class. After there is the Audi of the Busters Racing team and the Biatch Transport with Cedric Bollen. Johan Bukinschuh is in 23rd position and in position 7 for the class. And there is the other car, the Blackadder team, the number 67 behind. The Flying Shoot Sim Racing is in 10th place, just behind the Oak Sim Racing team, and behind there is the GTTempel Racing Mercedes with Sasha Franzen in the car. The Audi Racing is behind with some contact. You can see the hood of the car have some damage. Bombshell Motorsport, there is some contact to Rosgudek. With the pit speed endurance team overtake the Club Canada in the first corner. The TT Motorsport with Roel Rollard in solid third position, and we have the ASRC Mercedes behind. The Audi Spirit SimRacing was in 35, and after we have the ASRC number 21 with Tim Philippe, the only BMW registered in the championship, and David Wallach with the Audi of Infinity Sim Sports 3 is in the pit lane. There is some damage in the car, and they are now with 1 lap behind the leader. Overtake car number 277, and there is a contact between the Haupt Motorsport and the car of Cedric Bollen. And the Black Adair keep third position in the GT3 class. In front of him there is the Vendaval car, and the car leading the GT3 class is the Viking Motorsport, driven by Sven Filler. In prototype class, there is not a lot of change. Only one car in the pit lane, the Infinity Sim Sport with David Baldock to repair the Infinity Sim Sport Acura. Best lap for Cedric Bollen with 1 minute and 56 seconds at 8. And the last cars are still one lap before the best driver. We have seen Tim Philippe and the SimRacing will try to take the 5th place to Guillaume Racodon for the Endless SimRacing HPD2. He's trying to get back under the rear wings of the Acura number 708. It's not an easy task to do. Guillaume Racodon visit the sandbox and Sasha Berger use this opportunity to keep the 5th place. And for the battle for the 1st place in GT3, for the 2nd place, sorry. And Gregory Ranks here. Go back on track. It seems the wall in the rear of the car was very damaged. And here it's the battle for the 4th, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in GT3 class. So it's a very interesting one. And here you can see Lars Ball, who is taking a lap to the fastest car in the GT3 class. Now it will be very difficult for everybody. Now you have to manage the traffic between the GT3 and the prototype. What happened? Okay. They are going out of the track and they go back on track. Fourth position later, and now Johan Buchentschusch is just in front of the Vendaval SimRacing. The GTTempel one with Gunnar Miesen is in the middle of the GT3, and as you can see there is a lot of dust on the track. Here a lot of cars are going outside the track limit, and there is some dust that comes from the sandbox to the track, and it could be very dangerous for the drivers at the end of the race to go outside the optimized way. Jawad Karani in third position for the GCL SimRacing #1. And we will stay for 1 or 2 laps with Jawad for an onboard camera. Here is the battle for the 6th place in prototype and in the global ranking. There is two car. There is a two car for the endless SimRacing. The Blackadder Motorsport Mercedes is now in the 2nd place in the GT3 class because they overtake the Odox Motorsport Audi. The Audi is now in the 3rd place, just in front of the Busters Racing team, driven by Marco Belfior. The ASRC number 173 overtakes the Speed Asylum Black for the 4th place. And here, the battle for the 2 endless SimRacing cars. David Waldock for the Infinity Sim Sport go back on track, but he had 6 laps late, so he had to drive very quickly to come back on the GT3 car in the first time, and maybe to try to reach the last car of the prototype category, but to start with 6 laps late compared to the other car. It's a very, very difficult race for the car number 46. Oh, Johan Buchentschuch made a mistake and he spin around with the Audi and how many positions does he lose? He loses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 position. Now it's behind the Bombshell Mercedes, Bombshell Motorsport, driven by Andrew Smike. You have to be calm because the real tire, I think, are modest. First corner, the Audi is side by side with the Mercedes, and he take position maybe, and the other Audi will try to get it too, but no. The Bombshell Motorsport is still in front of the Beat Speed Endurance Audi. But between the Oak SimRacing, the Vendaval SimRacing and the Blackadder Motorsport, there is still a very strong battle. the battle for the top 5 in the GT3 class, because the leading car is the Viking Motorsport with Sven Filler. Sven Filler will complete the lap number 13. Behind it's the Blackadder number 66 with John Derry, and the Kilberg Racing Group is in the pit lane after only 25 minutes. It's not a long time on track, and whoop, there is the Speed Asylum Black. Where is the Speed Asylum? Aiden Pike. Yes, the Speed Asylum car was... I just realized the spin in the last corner of the track. So we come back with the Blackadder Motorsport number 66. The Try-Hard SimRacing 133 lose 2 position because we have seen that they are in the pit lane. Behind there is the Audi of the Audox Motorsport GT3 with Santiago Nizza-Ferrer. And we stay with Marco Belfiore for an onboard lap. It's the Audi number 30 for the Busters Racing team. And the Busters Racing Team still in position number 4 in the GT3 class. And the 3 car of the Endless SimRacing on the same screen. For the lead of the GT3 class, there is the battle between the Viking Motorsport and the Blackadder car number 66, Audi versus Mercedes. Josh Thompson in the 8th place overtake the leading car in the GTT class. And here it's the battle for the leading position in GTT class. The SimRacing side by side with the Mercedes. The SimRacing driven by Jim Bigham. Thus the Mercedes will try to overtake the Audi, maybe with the help of a prototype, to manage traffic. May occur some interesting situation that can create opportunities for drivers to overtake or to make mistake for someone. And the Blackadder car try to take the and they take the lead. The Blackadder take the lead in GT3 with John Berry. And the Viking Motorsport take the first position in GT3. As we can see, the ASRC BMW was not easy to overtake for the Blackadder, and the Viking Motorsport try a better opportunity to overtake the car, and in the same time they take the lead for the second time in the race in the GT3 class. New driver change, new leader change in this race in the GT3 category. In prototype, it's still the reactive SimRacing with Lars Ball, who lead the category. In the second place, it's the SimRC.de Academy team with Patrick Wolf. There is 7 seconds between the two cars. 20 seconds late, it's Jawad Karoni for the GCL SimRacing 1, car number 120. In fourth, we can find Gunnar Misen with the GTTempel Racing. There is 4 seconds late only on Jawad Karoni, and Sasha Berger is 1 second and 19th behind Gunnar Misen, the Oak SimRacing HPD. There is a contact between the two leading cars in GT3, and now the Odox Motorsport takes the second place because there is a contact between the Blackadder Mercedes and the Audi Viking. A new contact with the Blackadder Mercedes. There is some trouble for John Berry. The reactive sim racing, driven by Lars Ball, is leading the race. There is 3 seconds ahead of the Sim Racing Academy team, and the GCL Sim Racing, driven by Jawad Keroni, complete the podium of this race. Between the third and the fourth position, there is only 5 seconds and 3 tenths. It's Gunnar Mizen for the GTTempel Racing, and the old Sim Racing HPD, driven by Sasha Berger, is in 5th, just behind the 2 endless Sim Racing prototype, driven by Jason Marichal and Guillaume Racodon. And now there is the Infinity Sim Sport in the pit lane, and the Sossad Racing 2, Jimmy Bigham in the pit lane. It's the first pit session for the prototype. The GT3 can drive approximately 10 minutes. In addition, the fuel tank of the GT3 are bigger than the prototype, and it's Lars Bresso Jespersen for the Sosan Racing who will take place in the car. The Fugin Fast is in the pit lane too, with Morten Stigard, and Martin Voss will take place in the car. The Infinity Sim Sport 2 is in the pit lane, and we can see Patrick Wolf and the leading car is the pit lane. It's the first session of the pit stop for the prototype, and Jawad Keroni, it's still on the track, and he is leading the race for the moment. Jawad. We have to keep an eye on Jawad Keroni, because the reactive sim racing go out of the pit lane after 46 seconds in the box and 1 minute and 10 seconds in the pit lane. We have to monitor the gap and when Jawad Keroni will enter in the pit lane, because it may create some difference during the race. .35 lap for Jawad, and he go into the pit. And Josh Thompson overtake the 2 Acura of Team Less, and there is a driver swap for the both cars. Julien Riboulot take place in the 770, and 708 was driven now by Jean-Michel Garnier. Josh Thompson stay in the car, that's why he win a position. And you can see here the 2 cars of the Infinity Sim Sport, the car number 1 and number 2. The car number 2 is in 15th position with Brian Larsen in the car. We come back that he was impacted with a crash at the beginning of the race. So the car with the yellow mirror is in the 15th place behind Philippe Bréau, the ASRC number 173. The Speed Asylum car with Hayden Pike is in the pit lane. SimRacing is still in 3rd position. And there is only 10 seconds between the position 2 and 3. The Sim RC car stay 1 minute and 3 seconds in the pit lane, in the pit box. And for the GCL Sim Racing it's only 46 seconds. So that's why Jawad come back on the 2nd place. The Infinity Sim Sport overtake the Oak Sim Racing. And now all the prototype car go into the pit, and the Blackadder number 67 is in the pit lane. It's the first car in the GT3 category to go into the pit. And we lose the AOD racing cars. The black and the red Mercedes. And there is a contact for the Blackadder number 66 car. We can see the hood with a lot of damage. So now it's still the Viking Motorsport in the first place in GT3 class. In the second position it's Santiago Nizzaferrer and the Audox Motorsport GT3. Mario H with the Audi Hawk SimRacing is in third. And behind it's the Vendaval SimRacing White. In fifth it's the Sliding Shoot SimRacing. And in sixth place it's Cédric Bollen with the Audi Biatch Transport. Donc Canada Mercedes in position number 28. It's Ernie Ludwig is in the box for refueling. Car 67 in the pit lane. It's the second pit stop. There is a problem for this car. There is still 36 car in the track after 1 hour and 10 minutes of the green flag. And the leading car is still the Reactive SimRacing. Behind it's the SimRC.de Academy team with Patrick Wolf. And in third we can find the GCL SimRacing with Jawad Kironi. In fourth, it's the GTTempel Racing with Robin Haas, and the Infinity SimSport is in 5. Actually, on your screen, the Infinity SimSport have 6 seconds ahead of the Torsten Clippers for the Hawk SimRacing. In the 8th position, it's Jean-Michel Garnier. Jean-Michel Garnier is 10 seconds late on the other car, the Endless SimRacing, the other HPD, driven by Julien Riboulot, and in the 9th position it's the SOSAD Racing, driven by Lars Buresso Jespersen. Only 3 seconds between the car number 708 and the car 22, actually on your screen, the green one, with a red rear air intake. In the 10th position, it's the fucking fast SimSport, driven by Martin Voss, and the Speed Asylum Black is in the 11th position with Aiden Pike, and the Try Hards Racing, driven by Darren Mackenzie, is in the 12th position. The 12th position is for the ASRC number 18 driven by Michael Blake. The ASRC number 13 is for Philippe Béraud and Darren McKenzie have some trouble, and now he's in first place, in the 14th place. The Infinity SimSport Acura is one lap behind the leader, but they are only 32 seconds late on the Darren McKenzie, and just in front of this car on your screen, it's the Audi of the Viking Motorsport, but it's the leading car in GT3, and they are 2 laps behind the Audi. Oh, there is the BMW of the ASRC that have some injury. Santiago Nizza-Ferrer in the pit lane with the Odox Motorsport, the Flying Shoot Motorsport in the pit lane too. Johan George take place in the Audi Endless SimRacing, and Nico van Elk take place for the Beat Speed Endurance. Triad Racing in the pit lane, as you can see. Mati Keidechosa take place in the Vendaval SimRacing Mercedes, now in the 21st position, and in front of it's the Blackadder Mercedes, the number 66. The Blackadder Mercedes, actually in the 20th position, is in the first position in the GT3 class. Mario Rage for the Oak Sim Racing is now in third. Just behind the Odox Motorsport in front of him. Also sad racing. And the Viking Motorsport lose 2 positions. What happened? They are now in third. Okay, they were in the pit lane. But they lose 3 seconds in the pit lane because the Odox Motorsport and the Oak Motorsport stay only 1 minute and 8 seconds in the box, and the Viking Motorsport stay 1 minute and 11 seconds in the box. So that's why they lose 3 seconds. But the best car, the best pit crew team was for the car number 66 of John Berry, because it's only 1 minute and 6 seconds in the box, and they are now just behind the Viking Motorsport car. No, the best pit crew is for the GTTempel Racing in the team's position for Karsten Hurst. It's only 66.8 seconds in the box. 1 minute and 25 seconds in the pit lane for the car number 88, and they win 8 position at the beginning of the race. Xavier Maugendre take place in the car number 277. They are just behind Johan George for the Endless Sim Racing, and they are in position number 6. The Endless are in 6, the Biatch Transport are in 7, and the Busters Racing Team, the orange Audi, are in 8th position. After it's the Flying Shoot Mercedes, driven by John Manley, the red one. The GTTempel is in 26, and Nico van Elk with the Audi Beat Speed Endurance is now in the car, just in front of Eric Mick for the Bombshell Motorsport with their Mercedes number 86. After it's the Blackadder number 67 with Matthias Magnussen. 2 pit stop for this Mercedes, like another car, the Spirit Sim Racing, but it's 1 pit stop, 1 additional pit stop compared to the other car. That's why they are far in the global ranking. Tryhard Racing with Eric Kulaga are in position number 30, and they are 15 seconds ahead. They are 15 seconds ahead. The TT Motorsport of Thomas Solberg Larsen. He go outside, and after we have the Mercedes ASRC online of Wes Hurd, Benjamin Melus for the Spirit Sim Racing, and after it's the last car of David Waldock, no, Skyler Allen. The BMW is too damaged, as you can see. So that's the global ranking, not so far from 1 hour and a half after the green flag. And on my side I will take a short break, and I will come back in some dozens of minutes. I come back in a few times, so I will leave you with the Sossard Racing for the moment. I'm back with you in the 6th hour of the Nürburgring round 3 of the ERC 2016 season 1. And after the 2 hours racing, it's still the reactive SimRacing leading the race. Now it's Marcus Dreschnell in the car. The second one is for the SimRC.de Academy team with the Frank Heinrich in the car. And in third, it's not the GCL SimRacing, it's the GTTempel Racing one with Fabian Jungbluth. Jawad Keroni has an incident in the lap number 51 and the car is retired, and now the GCL SimRacing is not in the race. So in third position is the GTTempel Racing 1. In fourth we have the Infinity Sim Sport number 1 with Josh Thompson still in the car, and there is some space between each cars. Between first and second it's 42 seconds, 20 seconds after for the third, and for the fourth it's 32 seconds. Sasha Berger is in 5th position for the Oak SimRacing HPD, and this car is only 7 seconds late on Josh Thompson. In 6th position it's Guillaume Racodon for the Endless SimRacing HPD2 car with the number 708. This car is 1 minute late on the car number 122, driven by Sasha Berger. In the 7th place it's the Soulsat Racing. Jimmy Bigham is in the car, and there is only 6 seconds late on Guillaume Racodon. For the 8th place it's the Speed Asylum Black. Ian Griffith is in the car. Ian Griffith just come out from the pit lane. It's first lap in the car in this race. In 9 it's the Fucking Fast Sim Sport with Morten Stiergaard Folsen. And there are 9 seconds later Ian Griffiths, and in 10th 39 seconds after the Fucking Fast it's the ASRC 18 driven by Jess Kaplan for the moment. On the 11th place it's Darren Mackenzie for the Try Hards Racing 133. It's still the number of the car. And Derek Robb for the Infinity Sim Sport 2 is in the 12th place, and as you can see it's ASRC 173 for Philippe Bréau in the 13th place. The Endless Sim Racing car number 707, driven by Julien Riboulot, is here. In the 14th place on the GT3 it's the Odox Motorsport who leads the race. Just behind, only 16th behind, it's the Oak SimRacing with Mario Reich. And John D. Berry is just after for the Blackadder Motorsport, and he's fighting with Mati Keide Soja, who is taking the 3rd place to the Blackadder. And now in GT3 it's very short between each car. There is not a lot of distance, and the GT3 cars at the top of the race are very compact in the track. In the 5th place it's the Viking Motorsport.de number 16, it's the car number 37. Xavier Maugendre take the 6th place for the Biatch Transport. It's in the 6th place. 6th place. And Marco Bellifort is driving for the Busters Racing Team. They are in 7th place and they are 13 seconds late on the car number 277. John Manley for the flying chute have some trouble. As you can see, the Mercedes was damaged in the right front of the car, and Johan George is driving. Johan George who is driving for the Endless Sim Racing. Car number 709. The Bombshell Motorsport with Eric Mike is in the 24th position. It's the 10th place for the GT3 class, and the car number 86 is 35 seconds late. Matthias Magnussen for the Blackadder number 67 is in the 25th position. And the Endless Sim Racing GT3 is now in 21st position, in 7th place in the class, because the Blackadder number 66 and the Oak Sim Racing are in the pit lane, and the Oak Sim Racing just go out of the box, but they are still in the pit lane. Nico van Elk for the Beat Speed Endurance. In the 26th position. The GTTempel Mercedes, GTTempel Racing with Michael Bezuch is 1 minute late on Nico van Elk, and Ernie Ludwig for the Club Canada. Ernie Ludwig as 2 laps late on the GT3 leader, and he is now at 39 seconds from Michael Bunch. Thomas Solberg Larsen for the yellow Mercedes is in the 29th position, and Steven Martinez with the Try Hards Racing number 335 complete its lap number 67. Wes Earl Jr. for the ASRC number 84 is in the 21st position, just in front of Benjamin Meus for the Spirit Sim Racing. Darren Ford for the Infinity Sim Sport Audi is in the 23rd position, and we lose Christian Lobo-Kilberg. No, he's still here. Sorry for me, it's a mistake. Christian Lobo-Kilberg is still in the race for the Kilberg Racing Group. It's not very fast, but his car is still complete and without any damage. But his fast lap is in 1 minute and 51 seconds. It's just fast, maybe some faster than compared to the GT3, but the last lap was in 2 minutes and 8. And Skyler Allen Sr. Skyler Allen Sr. is now in the 35th position. It's the last car on the track. Because, as we said, we lose 2 cars. We lose the GCL Sim Racing with Jawad Keroni and the Kiyoshi Kele for the AOD Racing. We'll go back for the leading of the GT3 class. The Vendaval SimRacing is going in the pit lane. And the Viking Motorsport take the lead in GT3 category. Now they are going into the pit, but I think Mario Reich will take the lead because Mario Reich is at the end of this lap and he will take the lead. And the SimRacing take the lead. Viking is second. Vendaval. Viking is now 3 because Javier Estela take the second place for the Odox. In third position is Matti Kevesoja for the Vendaval. And Tommy van der Gucht for the Blackadder. And Sven Filler go out just behind Cedric Bollen in 6th place. And the Infinity Sim Sport number 1, driven by Just Thompson, is just behind the Asylum, Speed Asylum Black of Ian Griffiths. And maybe here the Audi of the Endless Sim Racing will create an opportunity for the Infinity Sim Sport. No, they stay behind. They stay behind Jan. The Infinity Sim Sport number 1 try to overtake, and they overtake, they keep the 8th place, and now it's the fucking fast win with Morten Stiergaard Folsen that they have to overtake to keep the place number 7. And oh, Jimmy Bigham just behind the Endless Sim Racing. Marcondon is now in fourth. No, he's in fifth. And it seems we have lose the car number 4, Marcus Dreschel, for the Reactive Sim Racing. They were leading the race, and now we have the SimRC.ge Academy team with Frank Hendrich leading the race with 10 seconds ahead of Fabian Jungbluth for the GTTempel. And it seems there is a technical problem for the Reactive Sim Racing. Sacha Berger for the Old Sim Racing is in third, and in fourth we have Guillaume Racodon for the Endless Sim Racing HPD2, and just behind there is Jimmy Bigham for the Sad Racing. And next lap with Guillaume Racodon. and the Infinity Sim Sport. Number 1 is in the pit. Josh Thompson, where is Josh Thompson? Yes, Josh Thompson in the pit, and it seems there is nobody in the car. Tommy vers Van der Gutsch for the Blackadder. And Marcus Dreschl go back on the car, but it seems he have a technical issue. He lose 3 laps, and now he is in the 11th position. So the reactive sim racing of Marcus Dreschl. Seems he was disconnected. Javier resté là on Mario Rage for the between the Odox and the Hawk Sim Racing. And Javier Estela will take the car number 123. And he take the first place of the class in GT3. and the car number 71 will overtake the car number 67, but there is at least one lap between this car. Yes, there is one lap, and now there will be two. No, there is only one lap. And the ISRC number 173 is now in the 13th place because Josh Thompson for the Infinity Sim Sportoire is still in the box. In fact, there is nobody in the car number 41, so the Infinity Sim Sport 1 is in the box till 20 minutes and till 12 minutes and 25 seconds. The car number 771 still leading the race, the SimRacing.de Academy team, with the GTTempel Racing in the second place, only 6 seconds and 6 late for this car. The Oak SimRacing HPD is in third, and in fourth it's the Endless SimRacing HPD. The three leading cars are from the club German, Austria and Switzerland. And Javier Estela now is in front of Josh Thompson. Mati Kele Soja the same, and Vendaval is in second place. And it seems the car number 277 is fighting with the car number 30, the Bustos Racing teams. And this battle is for the 6th place of the GT3. Only 1 second and 1/10 between these two cars. You can see that the difference of downforce for the prototype and the GT3, and the difference of speed at the same time. And the Busters Racing Team complete lap number 88. And they're trying to keep the 6th place for the GT3 class to the Biatch Transport, driven by Cedric Bollen, to Audi. The last lap between these two cars, the Biatch Transport was 2/10 faster compared to the Busters Racing Team. 55.1 versus 55.3. Oh, sorry, 56.2 versus 57.0. It's still the Biatch Transport faster, but it's 18th lose by the Italian driver. But we remember that in the Michael Schumacher chicane, there is a prototype and the driver have to slow down. But it seems Cedric Bollen is taking some advantages, and the BMW of the ASRC team and Giacomo. And Giacomo is faster in the previous lap. 1/10 keep on Cedric. And we say the traffic can change a lot of things, and that's clearly the GTTempel Mercedes in the 11th position. Michael Bezuch in the car. Not a lot of time lose for the Busters Racing Team, but for the Biatch Transport, they lose a lot of time in the first sector of the track. Oh, a short contact between the tryhard and the GTTempel Mercedes. Oh! And we have seen it's the car number. It's the SimRacing who is going outside the track. We will go back with and prototype number 4. It's Marcus Dreschler. There's a lot of traffic, and the car have to go outside the track limit. And there is a contact between the Audi and the car number 4. small one, but a contact. And in the last lap, Giacomo lose 16th. A lap in 1 minute and 58 versus 1 minute and 57.5. Battle for the fourth place in LP2 between the Endless and the Society Racing. Only half and a second between the two cars. And we will keep an eye on the other battle that we were just leaving between Tommy van der Hoek, Cedric Bolle and Giacomo Altoe. Because there is not a lot of distance between each cars, approximately 1 second, 1 second and a half. So I will try to keep an eye on it. And we just passed the half race time. We are now in the second part of the race. The Endless SimRacing Audi was not the good one for the Endless SimRacing P2 because the Jimmy Begum keep some few tints and he go into the pit. Jimmy Begum, he go into the pit. Yes, a 34 lap for Jimmy Begum and Guillaume Racodon. Start the lap number 34, so maybe he will go into the pit in the next lap. We'll come back with Giacomo in the Audi. Hawk SimRacing realize it's third pit stopper. It's the Sasha Berger is in the first lap of its stint. And the Speed Asylum take the 5th place to the Suicide Racing because they were in the pit lane, but they come out just behind. Speed Asylum, just here in your screen. And in GT3, the first car to go in pit will be the Hawk SimRacing. And the Blackadder Motorsport number 66 normally. They are in the lap number 26 of the stint. So normally they have to... They will be the first car to go into the pit. Whoa, the Buster Racing team go into the sandbox. No damage in the car, but big alert for the driver. And Cedric Bollen overtake the Blackadder Motorsport, and Giacomo seems he will do the same. Driver just behind the Mercedes AMG, and on the first corner he's going inside. And he takes the lead. One position win for the Audi. Oh, mistake from the Blackadder driver. And for the Speed Asylum, it's Jan Wilfrieds in the car, but for the Endless SimRacing, it's Jean-Michel Garnier now in the car. It's not Guillaume Racodon. And there is a contact between the Speed Asylum and I think it was the Vendaval car. And yes, it was the Vendaval car. Actually third in GT3. And Giacomo Altoe overtakes Cedric Bollen for the Biatch Transport, and now the Busters Racing Team is in fifth position for the car number 30. For the second place in the GT3, there is battle between Oak SimRacing and the Vendaval. Normally the Oak SimRacing will go into the pit at the end of this lap, I think. Check it. And the Oak SimRacing going to the pit. And the GTTempel Racing is now leading the race. Patrick Chung is in the second. time for the GT3 to go in the pit because the Odox Motorsport is in the lap number 34, the Vendaval 35, Viking Motorsport 31. SimRacing.de Academy team is just behind the leader. And the Odox Motorsport. Ravi rester là, Ravi rester là. Just go out of the pit. Xavier Maugendre. Ligne de pit. The leader in the GT3 class, the Viking Motorsport, is in the pit lane, and the Odox Motorsport with Javier Estella will take the lead. SimRacing cars. The third car in the prototype just passed the Odox Motorsport at the first corner. I will keep an eye on the race till 15 minutes approximately, just to go to 2 hours before the checkered flag, and after I will do break to lunch. And I will come back to comment the race with you for the end of this race, maybe for the last hour. And just a summary of the race. The GTTempel Racing, number 1 with Gunnar Miesen is leading the car with a 5 seconds ahead of the SimRacing.de Academy team, Patrick Jung. In third, it's Sacha Berger for the Oak SimRacing HPD. In fourth, the French team Endless SimRacing with Jean-Michel Garnier in the car. His teammate was and his teammate is Guillaume Racodon. In third, it's it's the Sorsad Racing with Lars Buresso Jespersen. In sixth position, it's the fucking fast SimSport with Martin Vos in the car. They are 1 lap behind the car in front of them. And 36 seconds behind, it's the Speed Asylum Black with Andy Collins Reed in the car. Michael Blake for the ASRC number 18 is in the 8th position, and Jason Ashfield for the Infinity SimSport 2 is in the car. They lose a lot of time because there was nobody to take place in the car, so they are now. No, it's the number 2. It's Josh Thompson. It's still in the pit, and the car was retired. The number 3 one. Alfred Shepard for the Triad SimRacing in 10th, and Lars Ball for the Reactive SimRacing in 11th position. This car was leading the race during 84 laps, but they have troubles during a pit stop, and there is disconnection of the driver, and now the car lose 4 laps compared to the leaders. Julien Riboulot for the Endless Sim Racing HPD1 with the number 707 is in 12th, and they are 2 lap late. Karlan Andrew for the ASRC 173 closed the P2 category, and the first car in GT3 class, it's the Odox Motorsport with Rabi Restella, the Spanish team, is just in front of the Oak Sim Racing. The Oak Sim Racing, they have 2 cars in this race, and the 2 cars are for the moment in the podium. The P2 are in the 3rd position, and the GT3 are in the 2nd one. For the 2 cars it's in their category, but for the Oak Sim Racing, it's a very nice day today if this position are secured until the end of the race. In 3rd, it's the Busters Racing Team. Giacomo Alto is in 3rd, and just behind them there is the Viking Motorsport Sven Filler. Sven Filler has 5 seconds late on Giacomo, and Xavier Mogendre for the Biatch Transport 8 seconds late. 2 seconds and a half derrière, 2 seconds and a half behind, it's the Blackadder Motorsport for Marco Mogren. The Blackadder number 66, they have some damage at the front, the right front of the car. Till the beginning of the race they were racing like this, and it seems it's not very difficult for us to have a nice race, but they are doing a very good job with a damaged car. Johan George for the Endless Sim Racing is driving in the 20th position, and behind it's the Blackadder number 67. The 2 Blackadder cars are in the same lap, but they are 1 lap behind the leader in the GT3 class. We will stay a few seconds with them because we will check if they will overtake the Endless Sim Racing or not. the leader in prototype class just behind. They will take the endless SimRacing inside. Speed Asylum Black. Between you and George and Brandon Guatia. It's very tricky. Two cars are in the same time. Oh, in the end, SimRacing made a mistake. And the Blackadder driver will try the opportunity, will take the opportunity to overtake the Audi, and he do it before the last chicane. And we are at 2 hours before the checkered flag. Just a quick overview of the global ranking. With the GTTempel leading the race. 22 seconds before the SimRacing. In third it's Patrick Jung with the SimRace Academy team. In fourth it's the Sossard Racing. And in fifth it's the Endless SimRacing with Jean-Michel Garnier, who is going back into the pit. Martin Voss is in sixth with the Fucking Fast. In seven it's the Speed Asylum. They have 3 laps behind the leader. Jason Ashfield is in the 8th position, and Michael Blake for the ASRC number 18 is in 9. Lars Bold is in 10. And there is the Try Hard Racing with Alfred Ishiperd in the 11. Julien Rigoulot is the driver of the car number 707, and behind there is the ASRC number 173, the last car in the prototype class, with 3 laps. Behind the last prototype it's the Odox Motorsport GT3 who is leading the category, in front of the SimRacing. 36 seconds later, 37 seconds later it's the Busters Racing team, and in fourth it's Xavier Mogendre for the GT3 class and the Biatch Transport. And we have the Infinity Sim Sport 3 in the grass. They are going back on track. So I was with Xavier Mogendre. In fifth it's Marco Mogren for the car number 66. It's in 5th position in GT3, just before Sven Fiedler, 42 seconds. The Blackadder Motorsport number 67 is in 7th place. They have 19 seconds, and just behind there is the Audi Endless SimRacing GT3. Mike Smith with the Vendaval SimRacing. The car was... there is some damage in the car. I think they have some trouble. It seems very difficult for us to drive the car, and they are now in the 22nd position, and in 9th in GT3 class. They were leading the category during a part of the race. Dave Jensen for the Flying Chute are in 10th position. Donatas Kasparavicius just behind, but 1 lap behind the Flying Chute. For the GTTempel and the Mercedes, it's the GTTempel Racing 2 and Karsten Newt in the car. For the TT Motorsport, still driving the car. Ernie Ludwig for the Club Canada in the position number 14. Steven Martinez for the Try-Hard number 335 is in the 28th position, and Pat McWhorter for the ASRC and the Mercedes is in the 29th position. We have seen a few seconds ago the Infinity Sim Sport 4 with Darren Ford in the grass, but now it's okay, and they are come back on track at the 30th position and in the 17th position in the category. Behind there is the car number 21 We have seen they have some trouble in the car. Skyler said there are a lot of difficulties during this run, and now they are in 31 position. And the last car with too much damage, it's the Spirit SimRacing with Gregory Vranks. And they are the last car in the track. We have lose the Infinity Sim Sport 1, the Bombshell Motorsport, the Kilberg Racing Group, and the GCL Sim Racing 1, and the last one is the AOG Racing. So now I will leave you during approximately 1 hour, just the time for me to eat, and I will come back to comment with you the end of this race, the 6 hours of the ERC Championship Round 3, Season 1. Thank you, and I'll come back quickly. I'm back for the last hour of the third round of the ERC 2016 Season 1. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us on Paddock TV now. We are so in the last hour with these two categories, the Prototype 2 and the GT3. And to start this last hour, we will check the ranking of the race, and in first place it's the SimRacing.de Academy team with Patrick Wolf in the car. He completes 171 laps, he leads 48 laps, and the last lap was realized in 1 minute and 45 seconds at 2. The best lap of the car. It's 1 minute and 42.9. It's not the best lap of all the car, but it's one of the fastest laps. This car leads the race with 1 minute and 33 seconds ahead of the car number 122. Oaks SimRacing HPD. Oaks SimRacing registered 2 cars in this race. We will see the other cars in GT3 class later, but for the moment, both cars of Oaks SimRacing are in the podium on each category. So they have only 7 seconds ahead of the GTTempel Racing number 1. It's the car with the plate number 5. Robin Haas is actually in the car, and he has, so I said, only 7 seconds late compared to the second place. Best lap in 1 minute and 43.4. 1 lap behind, there is the So Sad Racing with Lars Bureso Jespersen. This team is 1 lap later also compared to the third place, so there is some margin between the 2 cars. But just behind, in 5th position, just 40 seconds behind, there is the Endless Sim Racing HPD2. This team registers 3 cars in this championship. We will discover the other later if you join us now, but there is 2 HPD and there is 1 Audi R8 in GT3 class. 2 laps later this car, there is the Speed Asylum Black. Jan Griffiths drives the car for the moment, and he completes 168 laps. The last lap was realized in 1 minute and 45.0. And it is 50 seconds ahead Lars Bold, the Reactive Sim Racing. This team leads half of the race, 84 laps exactly, and due to a connection problem, they were at 3 laps. They lose 3 laps on track, and they were approximately 12 2 years ago, and now they are coming back from the bottom of the ranking, and now there are 7 with 12 seconds ahead the fucking fast SimSport. Mortensen Stiergard Folsen leads the team on track for the moment, and he have to keep 12 seconds to Lars Bold, and 37 ahead of the ASRC 18. This car driven by Michael Blake. 1 lap behind, there is Bas Brian Larsen. Brian Larsen drive for the Infinity SimSport. Infinity SimSport register 3 cars in this championship too, 2 prototype and 1 GT3. We will see later that the Infinity SimSport 1, the other 8 is retired due to... no, they are not retired. Check. Yes, they are retired because Josh Thompson doesn't have a driver to drive in the car. So the Infinity SimSport 2 is the only HPD in track, but there is still the Audi in GT3 in the track too. We will see it later. After, there is a 4 lap late between the Endless Sim Racing one of Julien Riboulot and the Infinity Sim Sport. So it would be very difficult for Julien Riboulot to compete to enter in the top 10, but you have to finish the race to score some points on the championship. Philippe Breo is the driver of the ASRC number 173. It's the car with the plate number 23, but they are one lap late compared to the Endless Sim Racing. The first car of the GT3 class, it's the Hawk Sim Racing. We have seen the HPD a few seconds ago. The HPD was in the second place in the prototype category, but in the GT class, they were leading. They have been leading the race till now. The lead of the GT3 class changed regularly due to pit stop and due to different strategy. Clearly, it would be very interesting to the end of the race to watch the GT3 race because there is some difference in the pit stop. There is only 48 minutes before the checkered flag, and the Hawk Sim Racing is in the middle of the stint. I think they will have to do another one, but the Viking Motorsport, for example, will have to do another pit stop, I think, but the Biatch Transport and the Endless Sim Racing, maybe not. They were in the lap number 11 and 12, so maybe they could finish the race with the actual fuel tank. So in first, in GT3 class, there is this car, the Hawk Sim Racing, driven by Biatch, and 59 seconds behind, about 1 minute approximately, there is the Black Adder Mercedes Motorsport, driven by Tommy Van Der Gusch, car number 66. There is only 1 second ahead compared to the Busters Racing team for the third place, and there is the battle between the two Audis. Till now, approximately 2 hours between Alessandro Altoe and Cedric Bollen for the Biatch Transport. These two cars are in battle for the third place. 52 seconds behind, there is the Viking Motorsport. They lead a part of the race in GT3 class. And now they have to complete the race. Maybe they don't have to go in the pit stop, I think. See, yes, they will go to pit stop. But the Biatch Transport, I think, maybe not. For them, it will be the first GT3 car to go in the pit for the leading car, clearly. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes before the end of the race. It's only for a splash and dash. Samuel Harris for the Black Adder, number 67. They were at the 6th place of the GT3 class, and they have only 2 seconds and a half late compared to Florian Mim in the Viking Motorsport. The Audi of the Endless Sim Racing is in the 7th place, and maybe, I think, for us too, they didn't have to go through the pit box to complete the race. Maybe this car doesn't need to add some fuel. The Sliding Chute Sim Racing is in the 8th place with Francis Ariza in the car. 4 seconds behind Johan Buchenschulz and 1 minute ahead of the Vendaval Sim Racing White. This car lead part of the race. They are fighting for leading, but as you can see, car has some damage, some contact with other car, and for us now it will be very difficult to have the same speed that they had before the crash and at the beginning of the race. The Big Speed Endurance is in the top 10 in GT3 class, and Nico van Elk is now 1 minute and 42 seconds behind Nils Sentowski, and they have 48 seconds ahead of the GTTempel Mercedes. GTTempel Racing registered 2 cars in this championship. The first one was in prototype class. They were actually in 3rd place. And for the Mercedes, they were in the middle of the pack, approximately. In the around the top 10, and now on the 11th position. The TT Motorsport of Thomas Solberg Larsen, this yellow Mercedes, is 1 minute and 28 seconds behind Michael Bush, but they have 1 minute and 45 seconds ahead compared to the Club Canada Ross Kulak. Michael Kulaga for the Try-Hard Racing 335. They are in the lap number 155, and they are actually at the 14th place. The ASRC number 84 is in the 27th position, but they are in the 15th place in GT3 class. And I think for this car it will not be necessary to go through the pit before the end of the race. Carlos Lopez for the Odox Motorsport GT3. This car was at the top of the GT3 class, but as you can see there is a lot of damage in the rear of the car, and I suppose there is a big crash for this car, and now that explains why they are here last pit stop in 16 minutes. David Waldosh for the Infinity Sim Sport 3, the 3rd car of the Infinity Sim Sport. They are in the position number 29 and 17 in the GT3 class. Alfredi Chipperd, the car is in the pit lane, maybe to repair. 45 minutes repair, maybe an engine. Tim Phillips with the BMW, the only BMW registered in this race. They are at the 18th place in GT3. And the last car of the race, the number 99. They are in the lap number 139. They are very far, but they are still on track. And they are at the 19th place of the GT3 category. Alessandro Altoe lose the third position of the GT3 class. Now it's the Biatch transfer with Cedric Bollen. the speed Asylum Racing in 6th position is in the pit lane for the refueling, and I think you may see the HPD, the blue HPD here. And now, well, Lars Boll is in 6th place. But I think Lars have to go in pit 24 lap. Yes. He will have to do a pit stop, a very short one, but you have to do a pit stop. Less than 6 seconds between Sasha Berger and Robin Haas. Only 27 minutes to wait before the checkered flag, but the end of the race will be crucial because some cars will have to go in pit for a splash and dash, some others no. We have to wait for the moment to know which car will have to go splash and dash. I think the first that will not have to do it could be the Biatch Transport. And maybe the endless SimRacing too. So maybe Cédric Bollen and Xavier Maugendre may take the lead and maybe the win. We have to wait. And the SimRacing is in the pit lane. But they do only a splash and dash, as we have seen. The minimum 7 seconds only. last 15 minutes. And in GT3 with the pit stop, there is at least 10 seconds between each cars. The first one is the second one is the Biatch Motorsport, and in third we find the Busters Racing Team, Blackadder Motorsport are in fourth, and Endless SimRacing are in fifth. Prototype. The winning car is the SimRC.de Academy team. They are 38 seconds ahead of SimRacing and 6 seconds in addition between the GTTempel and the SimRC.de. SimRacing Racing is in fourth at 1 lap. And last ball for the reactive SimRacing will take the 6th place to Jan Griffiths from the Asylum SimRacing. No, we will stay with the last ball. Yes, thank you. And it's the battle for the 6th position. And reactive SimRacing last ball take the 6th place to the Speed Asylum Black and Griffith. Behind there is the leader. And Speed Asylum go outside, they go out of the track and they have to lose the 6th place definitely. Robin has 6 seconds late, and in GT3 it would be very difficult, I think, for the Viking Motorsport to keep the 6th place to the Black Adair. Johan Bokenchush is in 5th position. The Busters Racing Team is 3rd at 8 minutes before the end of the race. The Black Adair Motorsport, number 66, still in the podium. No, they are 3rd. 4th is the Busters. 3rd is the Black Adair Motorsport, number 66. And the 2nd is the Biatch Transport with the Audi of Luc Bolin and Xavier Mogendre, and the leading car in GT3. It's this one, the Audi Oak Sim Racing Wake, driven by Mario Rage. Some car have to go in the pit lane. Normally, no. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. And the leader will enter in the last lap. 1 minute and 33 seconds before the checkered flag. Leader past the chicane. He will cross the line to start the last run in a few seconds. And the Patrick Wolf from the SimRacing Academy team will cross the line to start the last lap. The first corner now. It's okay, entering the Mercedes Arena. In front of him there is the SimRacing in 4th place. Second, Sasha Berger for the SimRacing at the first corner, just behind the GTTempel. In GT3, Mario Rage arrived in the last corner too. Cedric Bollen is in the middle of the track, and the Blackadder, Mivershour, Tony Van Der Gooch, sorry, is where is it? It's in the left of the track, and it's finish. The time is finished, so we are in the last corner. and the SimRC, not the Academy team, complete the last lap. It's the last corner. Now, checkered flag is out. And a victory for the SimRC.de Academy team and Patrick Wolf. Nice race, guys. Nice victory. Sasha Berger now will complete for the prototype class. Cedric Bollen crossed the line for the second place in GT3. And the Oak SimRacing HPD finish in second place in prototype category. Nice race, guy. And just behind the GTTempel Racing, only 2 seconds and a half. Very nice race, guy. And for the GT3 class, we were waiting for the leading car, the second car of the Oak SimRacing. The Oak SimRacing was driven by Mario Rich. They realized a very nice race, and they will cross the line as the leading car of the GT3 class. And well done, guys! Victory for the Oak SimRacing in GT3 and the Mercedes Blackadder. Finish in the third place. Blackadder number 66. Jean-Michel Garnier complete the race for the Endless Sim Racing in 5th. In 4th, it's the Soulsat Racing. 6th, the Reactive Sim Racing. Nice end race for Lars Bold. 7, Speed Asylum Black, Michael Blake complete the race in 8th position for the ASRC 18, and the Fucking Fast finish in 9th position. Julien Riboulot is on the 11th place. There is a team picture here for the Endless Sim Racing. Alessandro Aloe in 4th for the Buster Racing team. Johan Buchenschouch complete in top 5 in GT3. Two top 5 for the Endless and 11th place for the other prototype. Nice result, guys. Samuel Harris for the Blackadder, number 67 in 6th, and the Viking team, maybe some deception for this team. 7, they lose 2 positions compared to the beginning of the race. The strategy maybe was not the best today for the Viking Motorsport. The Vendaval go in the pit at the Vendaval. Clearly, from the Shipson, I think with too much damage on the car, it was not possible to be competitive today. And the Club Canada, 24th. Nice race to all the drivers that complete the race. Thank you, guys. Very pleasant to see this sort of race. And we have finished for the round 3 of ERC Championship Season 1 on 2016. So be sure there is other round in the ERC Championship. I have to check quickly my notes to see where is it. Or where is it? The next one, round number 4, will be in the Circuit of the Americas. It's on 10th of September, in 1 month. And after we will meet on 22 of October for the Imola Grand Prix 6 hour 2, and in middle of November we'll go to the Suzuka International Circuit for 12 hour. 12 hour in middle of November, and the last round at Mont Panorama. Mont Panorama with the prototype 2. It could be quite fun. So that's it for the round 3. Thank you to all the drivers for racing. Thank you to the viewers. And if you like to see it again, register on Paddock TV's YouTube channel, subscribe, and you will be notified when the VOD in HD will be available. As each time, approximately in 2 or 3 days, the time for me to upload the videos. And thank you to the organizers and the race directors, Marshall, for the race, and we will see in the next round for the ERC Championship Season 1. Thank you guys, thank you to all the viewers, and see you soon on Paddock TV for the next race. Bye, thank you.